installation. During our way to Oxidized, sometimes you may need some support. There are various kinds of support channels like Jitter, GitHub issues, Libre NMS forum. Here you have these links to those support channels. Here you can in Jitter, this is Jitter. You can browse it's like a chat. You can browse their questions and solutions. If you want to post your questions, you have to sign in. And then this GitHub issues section related to this official Oxidized GitHub repository. There you can browse the GitHub issues for your particular issue, or if you don't find a relevant answer, you can file a new issue. There also you have to, sometimes you have to sign in. Then LibreNMS forum. LibreNMS forum has a section for these Oxidized issues. So there also you can browse and have your problems or your issues, and you can get answers for them. Or if you can't find your issues there, you can initiate your own discussions. This is the end of this presentation, and then we'll move to the lab. Here, this is the laboratory page. There are workshop, and on the agenda, you can see this. You can click the link, and you can have this page. There, I have first instructed you. Please read all those instructions carefully before proceed. Here we will install, configure, and integrate Oxidize with LibreNMS. There are several times you may have to change your users. So when you are changing users, please always start from root. Otherwise, it may have some inconveniences. You can log out from current user using this exit keyword. And when you are copying commands, please copy and execute command line by line. It means please copy line as a line. Don't copy multiple lines and paste them, because if you get errors, sometimes you may have to start your installation from the beginning. For this lab, the prerequisites are you have to have completed network setups. I think some of these prerequisites you may have already completed, and they are in the lab setup. You have to download this WK files from this link, and you have to replace your, if you have the previous workshop lab setup, then you have to replace their WK files with this WK files. And here to connect with internet, you want to have this pfSense, configured pfSense. If you don't have configured pfSense, then you can download that one from this link. Then the LibreNMS installed machine. I have provided the machine with LibreNMS installed. You have to replace that machine with monitoring server. If you are using the previous lab setup, then you can replace that with the monitoring server. You can download that LibreNMS with this link. Then lastly, you need this Gmail account with two-step verification on. Then you have this one, this Dynamics, and then Dynagen. Then 3 virtual machines on like the pfSense, Windows XP Inside, and LibreNMS. Those 3 are needed for this as virtual machines for this laboratory. Then first you'll start from oxidized installation. You may SSH to LibreNMS VM from this Windows WinXP Inside. Here I am not telling the previous lab means. Here this one is CNBP 2022, not this workshop. This lab setup is actually, you may have heard previously from day 1 also. That the same lab setup is okay. If you have configured the lab setup for smoking one, then only the additional thing is this LibreNMS. Otherwise, your lab setup is okay for this laboratory. Hope you got the answer. Then you can start the LibreNMS installation by logging SSH on LibreNMS from this WinXP Inside. And then you can continue. After that, you have to integrate the LibreNMS. There you can connect into LibreNMS using here the GUI, using browsing it using the Opera browser in WinXP Inside virtual machine. And after those configurations, then you can do this oxidized configuration. There, this file, you will find that this file is auto-generated, and some missing parts are there. There you have to adjust or add or update those parts, and the final output should be like this configuration. Then here you have, after that you have to create this file. This file is not auto-generated. You have to create that file, and you have to input this content into that file and continue. Then you have to set up oxidized service. After setting up those things, if you click a device, this kind of screen, you will get this kind of graphical user interface, and they are to view you can use the pfSense virtual machine. There's no any added configuration. You can use the same pfSense virtual machine. Then back to the setup. Here after that, you have to have a slight change in one of your devices. Here you may have these 2 devices like 10.1.0.5 or 10.1.5.254. One of these devices you may log into there using PuTTY and have a slight change. Don't have some critical changes, because sometimes your network will be broken. So have a slight change, like change in the banner words, so kind of the change in the description of an interface. Likewise, have a slight change, and then After the refreshing interval, you will get this kind of screen. Here the refresh interval is, we are configuring that one here. I have noted those things here. Here this is the interval, it's like 5 minutes. You can have a smaller interval also if you like. Then you have to continue like that, and after that you can have this post-fixed installation. In postfix configuration, in here this file is also auto-generated, but it may have some missing parts, so you have to update or add the lines. I have included this configuration, this part of that file. You don't want to remove that other parts, please remain them. These are the things that you want to add or update. So that's why I have, as a reference, I have included this one. Then you have to continue. And here you can check the email sending. And then at the end of the lab, for the evaluation purposes, you have to email 2 screenshots. One from this device configuration page of Oxidizing LibreNMS. It means here this page, here this kind of page. This kind of page is needed. Like one device, you can click configure of one device and you can take a screenshot. And the other one is the configuration change notification email. It means like this one. To this email address. And there, please mention your workshop registration details to identify you. And that's it. Now you can start. If you have queries, please post, or you can talk. Thank you. I'll stop the share. Please make attention. Uh, someone someone can share your screen in your installations, then that will give good insights for others also, and we can help on your installation too. So I invite some one to share your screen voluntarily, your installations. Yes, you connect to a pfSense. Is it have the all the DNS and all configurations? No, hope you can hear me. Can't you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
Yeah, I am telling this. Who are this one? Who is this? The sharing one? Is it Pamudita?
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, then
Yeah, I have reinstalled because I try to use your fix you have sent yesterday, and but I'm getting the same error again and again, saying the package is a broken package. And meantime, there's a kind of a link provided by, while the installation loading this MariaDB keys or something. So it says it is invalid or something as well. So because of that, even though I have cleared everything, but just getting the same error again and again. So that's why I have reinstalled downloaded several packages, try to with the same codings and all that, but the same thing happened.
yeah, did you connected your pfSense is okay? Is that
Yeah.
you have a wired internet connection?
Yes, I do.
Can this LibreNMS machine can browse internet? I mean, can access internet? It seems like there's a DNS issue.
DNS issue.
Yeah, temporary. Yeah,
I'm talking about the previous one. We're just focusing into the current one, right? Yeah. Ping and check.
Yeah, can you ping 8 dot that Google public DNS 8 dot? Yeah, there's a there's a failure. So you can. It seems like you don't have proper internet.
There are two connections. I will connect to the other one and I check again.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Dushmanta.
Yes, I can hear you.
Can I share my screen?
Yeah.
Can you see now?
Yes, I can see.
Okay. You please tell me what is the issue?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, did you try that app? First, did you start it from that app update?
Yes,
Then what happens? It's,
I have followed all the. I mean,
was it successful? I mean, that app update was
yes,
it?
everything successful.
Here you can see that unable to locate that packages.
Yes, I have done all these lines one by one.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything fine. But when I try to install Gem,
It seems like the Ruby package is not correctly installed. That's why it's telling that there's a problem.
okay, what should I do now?
Here you can try this command that is as this app to install Ruby.
Oh, yeah,
And
that line. No?
also try to find these packages, these unable to locate packages.
Yes.
They are mandatory to this installation. So those packages you have to locate. You have to otherwise you have to manually install those packages.
Where can I find those packages?
Yeah, you can try like apt install this pkg config likewise. Apt get install.
Yes.
Yeah. Likewise, you can try those packages. Try to install those packages before proceed.
The previous one.
Yeah, this unable to locate. Those
Yes.
Yeah, try to install them.
Or should I need to try from the beginning or?
No, one by one. Just try like apt-get install pkg hyphen config likewise. And also try this apt install Ruby.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Dushmanta.
Yes.
Yeah, when we change the user Oxidize, it's asking a password. But
yeah, because you didn't start from. I think you didn't start from the root. First, log into root, and then su oxidized.
Okay.
It won't get any password.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Hello, hello.
Hello, Dusmanda.
Yeah, did you solve your errors?
No, no, look at the screen. I shared
Yeah,
your
yeah, I think it's better you can SSH to this LibreNMS one rather than type in all the commands,
Okay.
because you'll get errors sometimes if you miss some, maybe if you have any typos.
I have checked one by one. Everything.
Yeah, actually here I can see like a typo here. That's why I'm asking.
Which one? Which line?
Is he said li one thing. He said li.
Is that LIBLG dash?
Yeah, it's not BLG. It's B1G.
Okay, okay. I'll check it again. Thank you,
Likewise,
thank you.
so it's better if you can SSH from the Windows WinXP inside. It's better. Then you can copy paste simply.
Okay, okay.
Right? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try it.
Please make attention. Here I am sharing my screen. You can SSH like this to the oxidized machine, and please start when you are changing user, please start from this root prompt other than any other user. And here when having this token is actually automatically, you can generate it automatically, and then according to the your this number or the this token value, you have to change this one here, this number token. You can you have to click this create API token, and it will be automatically generated. And that this that there will be a number, and that number you should enter here. Hope this helps. If you have questions, you can ask. Thank you.
Dushyanta? Dushmanta?
Yes, yes.
I have completed the Oxidize installation part. What should
Yeah.
I do next?
Then proceed with the lab. Lab has the
Libre NMS integration.
yeah. Just proceed with the order in the lab manual.
Lab manual. It is asking you may run Oxidize command. And
Yeah.
also it is saying that it is not recommend not to run Oxidize as a root, which means do I need to exit from the root user?
Yeah, you just want to that there's a command. Let me share the screen.
Okay.
Here you can, yeah. You have to. I think you are in here. Is that so?
So yes.
Yeah. Then just proceed with this one, and then now you are in root, and just proceed with this command, and then you can use this command, and then run this oxidize command several times, because oxidize command should run as the user oxidized.
Okay. Okay.
Root. Don't run it as root. Your installation may be corrupted.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Hello, Dusmanta.
Yes, yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, yeah.
Where can you use these configuration files? It is asking to log into CLI.
Yeah, yeah, it means your LibreNMS machine. You can SSH to a LibreNMS machine that address is given in the previous instructions. Scroll
Okay.
up. Yeah, scroll up.
I
Yeah,
have already created the API.
yeah, they are here. This is the machine. They are. You have to. You have to SSH to this 10.1.5.10
Okay.
from like Windows XP inside, and then you can log into root typing sudo su, right?
Which one? I have already logged in to the given API.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they are log into always log into root sudo sudo space su
Okay. Through which interface I'm asking?
CLI command line interface.
It is saying.
Yeah, it means the normal command line, because this machine is in command line interface. Is that clear?
No, I didn't get you.
Show me your machine.
Physical machine.
No, the LibreNMS virtual machine.
This one. Okay.
Yeah, they are. You are in root. Then here, yeah, your command is actually right.
I tried it.
Your command is it should. That's why I'm telling you. I have told you previously SSH this machine. Otherwise, if you got this command incorrect, then you get like this one, this kind of things. That's why here the command should be sudo space su space hyphen space LibreNMS.
Those spaces, space, hyphen.
Su.
Is that correct, isn't it?
Yeah, seems like. Yeah,
Okay.
right. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Hope Buddhini Velikala, who you got the answer. Is that so? If not, let me know.
Dushmanta, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
So I need some clarification. So I have successfully installed the mail server also and getting the test email.
Yeah.
So when you are changing configuration, so do we need to add the all the configurations given in the link, or just need to change some
Yeah,
part of?
some sample, yeah, like the interface description, likewise, or banner, likewise, just change one line and then save it.
Okay, so after changing, it will automatically send an email to our
Yeah,
Gmail?
and after changing, it should
Yeah.
refresh. It should be refresh after the refreshing interval.
So after the refreshing interval, it will send an
Yeah,
email to
you
us.
send an email automatically. Yeah.
Okay,
If
thank you.
you are, yeah.
Dushmant, so
Okay, yeah.
you have given the password for the login for a device. Is there any username?
No, just in
Just
on console, just enter, then it will prompt for password. Password is 123.
Okay, okay. Dushmant, hello, can you hear me? Dushmant, can you hear me? Dushmanta, can you hear me?
Please make attention. The device password is 123.
Dushmanta,
Yes.
can you see my screen?
Yeah. You
What is-
simply log out from LibreNMS user. Type
Okay.
exit. Type exit.
Type exit, okay.
Yeah. Then you can substitute use oxidized. SU oxidized. That's
Okay.
should work. Yeah. Okay.
Dushmanta?
Yes.
Yes, when I trying to connect to device, it will ask a username. Okay.
Yeah, they are here. You may connect to device using your host machine, not Windows XP.
Okay.
Yeah, then you can just use the console as in the instruction per the previous workshop.
Okay.
Did you there in the workshop
No.
that one? Then just go to the host machine and can you open PuTTY in host machine?
Okay. Thank you.
No, yeah, can you open that? Now, is there any PuTTY?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, then yeah, just open it and then yeah, I'll guide that side.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you see the screen? Why it is showing not a directory of something? I've done what you told me.
Did you completed the old commands?
Yes.
Show me. Could you show me, please? Yes, there's like oxidized is crashed, right?
The red line.
Yeah, not red line. That here the fatal error. If fatal. The third line. Third
Yes.
line from the beginning. Yeah, there's a fatal error. Oxidized crashed, right?
This one.
Yeah, they are. Yes, oxidized, and yeah, I think you may run oxidized several times after.
Now.
Sign. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, no. Don't proceed. Yeah, go to the lab manual. Yeah, did you complete all those commands?
This thing.
Yeah, the that run user add and those things. Show me your prompt.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, it seems like it seems like a user oxidize already exists. See, why is that? So that command didn't work. Can you see?
Yes. What can I do now?
So you have to, I think you have to remove that user and then try. Just Google search how to remove that user and likewise. Or otherwise, if you have many errors, then I advise you to start from the scratch. Otherwise, that's why I really encourage you to SSH rather than doing this thing. Because if you got something wrong, it's very hard to tackle and solve.
Okay.
Just SSH is machine.
So now do I
from
need to
Windows
remove
XP.
the user oxidized?
Yeah. Remove
And I have to do it
and
again.
then complete it again. Then complete it again.
Okay. I'll try and.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. If anyone is completed the lab, please let us know. If anyone has completed the lab, please let us know.
Hello, Dushmanta.
Yes, yes.
How we change the config version? But
Sorry.
the config version there is not appear in my window.
Config version means at LibreNMS.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you should change some slight device configuration. Device means you have to connect to those routers from your host machines using PuTTY.
Mhm.
As we instructed in the previous workshop.
Uh-huh.
There you have to change some slight thing like banner likewise.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, let me show you right. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
There you have to open PuTTY
Uh-huh.
from host machine. They are here. Just telnet, put
Mhm.
it and type this one 172.0.0.1
Okay.
and the port 2000. This will connect to that 10 dot that 5254 router.
Yeah.
You have two devices, right? One is 5 and other one is 254.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this will connect to 254. Right? Can you see?
Yeah.
Then type here 123 password.
Mhm.
Then login. Password is also 123.
Uh-huh.
Then you can just show run to see the configuration.
Mhm.
It will take some seconds.
Mhm.
And then you can change something like here, see like device, like interface description likewise here. Here this description.
Uh-huh.
You can slightly change that kind of thing in the configuration mode
Uh-huh.
and save it.
Then after that one is appear, no?
Yeah, after that, after the refreshing interval is here in your default configuration. It will be 5 minutes, or you have to manually refresh. There's a refresh button.
Okay.
Hope that clear.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, okay.
Dushmanta?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could not find a way to remove a user from LibreNMS. Is it possible to create a new user?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can just change the name. Yeah, but I think in your case, I think it's better to start from the beginning.
Shut down the LibreNMS and again start and do from the scratch.
Yeah. It means you have to start. You have to import, re-import the VM. Right. I think I really advise you to SSH.
SSH. Oh.
Please make attention. Hope you are working on the lab, and your next session will be netbox, somewhat a lengthier one. So yeah, I would like to hand over the session to Geetika, the next session instructor, to start that one. You can proceed this lab, and you can ready for the new lab. Thank you for your cooperation. You can still reach me if you have any queries. Seems like some people are very near to complete the lab. Thank you again. Over to you, Geetika.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dushmante. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. So our next session will be on Netbox, which is a network documentation part. For that one, so if I share my screen, because we are going to do all the lab works after the lunch break, but before the lunch break, you need to know some stuff. That's why I'm going to take this 15-minute session. So within the lunch break, if you can configure these things, we can directly go with the documentation part. So I will share my screen and show you what we have to do. Okay. So okay, I hope you can see my screen. So here what you do is now the lab setup is important here, but remember that whatever the labs that you have completed up to now should be there, but when we are going to install the netbox, it should be a standalone installation. So the Dynamics and the other pfSense firewall, those things are not needed here, but you can continue with the Oxidize installation until my session is started. But for my session, all those VMs are not needed actually. You just need the VM that I have uploaded to the cloud. So you can download the netbox one and you have to import that one. That's all you have to do, and make sure that the network card of the imported machine is connecting to your local area network. If you have a whether it is a wireless or wired, it's okay, but if it is a wired one, that's better, because we have to download the packages directly to the netbox machine. So the previous Dynamics configurations are not needed here, so you can switch off all the Dynamics and those kind of things. So whatever the network that you used in the morning is not needed for this session. You just need to switch on the imported netbox VM, and you have to connect it to your local area network. That's what you need to do, because we are not going to use the pfSense firewall or all the other things we don't need. Just you have to switch on netbox VM only. All the other things you can keep switch off. Okay, so that is the main requirement. And yesterday night I just send you a message, the WhatsApp. It's not a mandatory VM, but if you can download that one as well, that's better. You can keep it imported, but for the practicals we are going to use the link that I have given in the workshop. Okay, so for our practical, for this installation, you need to use the VM that I have given here. Okay, so you can download this lab mirror for the installation. The one that I shared with the WhatsApp group is not needed for the lab session, but if you can download and keep it separately, I will tell you what to do with that one. But for the demonstration for this lab work, you need only this one. If you have a time and if you have the available bandwidth, just download, which I was asking yesterday night. Okay, so that link also here. If you want the link that I WhatsApped to you last night is here. Okay, you can download from here, but that is not mandatory. Okay, if you want, you can download and you can keep it side. But our installation will go with the one I have mentioned in the lab setup. This one. For the lab setup, please use this one. Okay, don't get confused with the thing that I sent yesterday. Okay. So only mandatory requirement is this lab mirror. Okay, the other one is optional. You can download and keep it side. Okay. So that's the main things that you have to do even while you're having the lunch break. So make sure that you have imported the required VM and you connected it to the local network. Okay, and the username and password for the one is I have given there. The username is user, password is 1234. Okay, I may have mentioned that one in the Netbox lab. Okay. Okay, the username and password is user and password is 1234 for the server. So because that installation is somewhat lengthy, what you can do is while you are having the lunch break, if you follow the steps that I have described here, you may be able to do this. So all the instructions are working without any issue. So again, if you are confused with the username and password, remember the username is, we are always using the username as user. Okay, password is 1234. Okay, so these are the credentials for the Netbox machine. So you can log into that one. It's a fresh copy of the Ubuntu 20.04. So you can download that one and you can log in with the user password 1234 and you can install you can start install the services. Okay, because it has a lot of services need to be installed. Please make sure that you are carefully doing this one. So this will take some time. Actually, it will take maybe half an hour time to install. So while you are having the break, if you can try that one, that's better. So we can start with the after installation, we can start. Okay, if you have any problems, we can discuss after the break as well. So if you are, it's better that if you can use PuTTY and you can copy and paste these commands. Okay, so as example, if I show you, so what you have to do is you have to switch on the Netbox machine. Okay, and it will take LAN IP address from your local area. Okay, so you can use that IP address to SSH. Now, as example, in my computer, it has taken the IP address 192.248.4.89. So it's a DHCP IP. So you can already DHCP is enabled on the Netbox machine, which you have downloaded. So you have to do, you have to bridge that interface to the LAN interface, and you can switch on. So automatically it will get the IP address from your local network. So most probably if you're at home, it will be assigned from your home broadband router. So you can get that IP address and you can SSH to that IP. Now, as example, now my PC has taken 192.168 4.89. Okay, and you can SSH to that one. You can accept this public key. Okay, Then username is user, password is 1234. Okay, so then you are inside the server. So you can copy and paste this command, but don't do just without blindly. Just read the entire thing, because once you are go down, you can see there are a lot of instructions you have to follow. Without reading them, don't just copy and paste, so it will cause many problems. Okay, so always read what it's before you copy and paste. Read and see what that command does. Okay, and try to follow the instruction without blindly copy and paste and do that one, because you can see in the network installation you can do it in two ways. So I recommend you to go with the option B. Okay, clone from the Git repository. So that is my recommended way. So try to do that. Go with the option B. That's why I'm asking you to read and do this one, because sometimes you will do the option A plus option B because you are not reading anything. Okay, then what happened? There may be some complications can be happen. Okay, so you better go with one way of installing this netbox. My recommendation is go with option B. Okay, that's why I'm asking you to read, and all these instructions need to be carefully followed, otherwise this will not going to work. So that is something that I have to tell you. Strictly you have to follow the instruction. If you miss any command, anything here, the netbox service will not going to start. Okay, so so if you are facing any problems, we will discuss them after the break. Okay, and try to implement the or try to import the VM machine and switch on that one, and carefully by reading execute the command. Okay, so now here also if you do any mistakes, it will be affecting your installation. Okay, I could have shown you the installation one by one, but the problem is the time. It will take a lot of time if you're going to do that one. But I can assure you, if you follow the instruction in this web page carefully, okay, that word is very important. Very carefully you have to follow. Okay, not just blindly copy and paste and enter in. Those kind of things will not going to work. Okay. So because you have a 1.5 hour of lunch break, I think you have a plenty of time to go through this one, and try to make the maximum usage of that one. And I will explain all the steps after the break, and we will see what are the problems that you have faced. So we will continue then after the break. So if you have any question about this netbox import in netbox machine, so other things you can ask now. So I hope because in the first day I have explained you that what are the VMs that you have to import, and I believe that already you have downloaded those things in your computers and you know how to import appliance into VM. So may I know anyone who has a problem with this one? Any confusion with the instruction that I have given?
Excuse me, whether we need to start any other services? Only VM and netbox, is it?
Is there anyone who has successfully imported the server and got the LAN IP address?
Not yet, just we
Can anyone please
imported
reply?
into.
Anyone has imported the netbox VM and start with the bridge connection and they have successfully got the LAN IP? You can install PuTTY to your host computer, because when your server is getting IP address from your local router, it will be on your same LAN. So you can directly SSH into the server, because it's act like another PC inside your LAN network.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Anyone, please?
Hello?
Subramaniam, I think he can't hear you.
You don't need to start any services, just import the VM, okay, and switch on that one with the bridge network connection as I explained, and wait until the computer is booting up, and you can see it will take a LAN IP address. If you can't see the IP address after the booting, you can just type the IP add command here. You can just type IP add, and it will give you the IP address that it has taken from the your router. So now as example here, you can see 192.248.4.89 has been taken by my computer. Okay, Amila has got the IP. That's great. Can you SSH to that IP? You have to have the client installed in your local PC. Okay, now you can see in my Windows 10, I have downloaded the PuTTY because it should be work, because the IP address need to be something that you can reach, because you have bridged the network adapter. The username is user, password is 1234. Anyone who other than Amila who got the connection? Yeah, okay, he can. So at least getting one person with the positive answers means the setup is working. So others also do this, follow the instructions that I have given. They also need to be able to do this. Okay. Okay, Sampath also got the whatever the required thing. Anyone other than Sampath and Amila who got the SSH connection to the Netbox machine? Okay. Okay, I will guide you through the installation after the break as well. But those who are okay to or those who, because in the anyway you have to install this one. So if you feel like okay, you can continue this installation, please do that one. Please read carefully and do this, because there are a lot of configurations are associated with this setup. Okay. So if you do anything wrong, the setup will not going to work. So if you successfully install this one, you will get something like this. Okay, so as example, you will get something like this if you follow the uh, instructions. Now you can see my LAN IP when I use HTTPS to log into that one, the netbox interface will be loaded like this. Okay, so this is the final output that you have to get after following this instruction. If you follow this instruction carefully up to this HTTPS service, this part, you will get the output like this. Okay, so after that we will see what we have to do inside this one, but the primary task is getting this interface working. Okay, so it will work if you follow these instructions carefully. Okay, so you try to do that one. After the break also I will go through the step and we will do it, and then we will try to configure what is inside that interface. So that is the main idea here, because we need to understand how to work with the netbox application. Okay, because it's almost now
Excuse me.
12:05. I'm
I
going
just take,
to
hello.
yeah, let's me check. Subhakaran has sent the okay. So no. This is not. This is so maybe I don't know the IP range that you are using at your institution. If it is a local 10.0.2.15 is if it is IP address that belong to your network, then no problem. If you can SSH into this 10.0 to 15, not a problem, and it should be able to go to the internet as well, because you have bridged this into a LAN network. It should be able to go to the internet. You can ping and check to the 8.8.8.8. If you are getting replies, means you are connected to the internet. Okay, so internet connectivity should be there for this server. So you can check that one. Okay. So after you get in the IP address from the router, you should be able to ping to the internet as well. Okay. Then you may be able to SSH into that IP as well. Okay, then you can slowly start executing this command. So we'll see whether you can complete it or not. After the break also we will do the troubleshooting and we will continue. Then we will start with the application process. Okay, so thank you very much for joining for the session. We will meet at 1:30 and I hope everyone will join with the session, because this network documentation part is very important. You will see the importance of this application. I will explain in the beginning of the session why we need proper documentation. So this software will help you to document your network very effectively. Okay. Thanks again, and we'll meet on 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, guys. I hope you can hear me. So how was the progress? How is the progress actually? So did you start the installation? I saw some errors are being sent by the chat, but the problem is some errors are they actually as I told you, if you can SSH into the netbox, that's better, because if you're going to type the command in the console, sometimes it can cause errors. Okay. So
Excuse me.
the installation steps you have to follow carefully. If anyone has got successfully implemented this one. Okay. Uh, okay, so it seems like Manoj has successfully implement this one. Okay, because he has got the required output. Okay, so but Dinesh, you have to do the Nginx installation as well. According to this one, Manoj, yeah, Dinshan, you have to do the Nginx installation as well. Otherwise, it will not loaded with the HTTPS. So this is
Yeah, sure.
in the middle. You can get this one, but you better try it with the Nginx installation as well. So Tenocon has sent an error message. Please. That's why I asked you to use the option B. Okay, option A is there. Then I recommend you to use the option B. You have to clone it from the GitHub because according to the official documentation, we have given the instruction here. So sometimes these TAR files may not be work. So that's why I recommend you to use the option B, copy it from the GitHub. Okay. So Asanka, this is due to you can see there is a problem with your path. Okay, so OPT netbox. So you have to find where this file is. So you are trying to access a file now here, netbox media. So you have to find the path because I believe that you can navigate through your file system and find where the media folder is. Okay, but if you there may be an issue of if you maybe you have missed one or two instruction, that is why you get this error. Okay. Yeah, this is the path. Okay, so if you do it correctly, you can see yes. So I think you have kind of a fundamental idea how to navigate to the file system. That is why we did the Linux fundamental session in the beginning. So if you navigate to the your prompt, you can find the correct path. But if you follow the instruction according to my plan, these errors will not be there. So any other person who have successfully installed this one? Because without having the software, we can't continue the other part of the session. That is why this is very important. Okay, having you have to make it work. Okay, you have to install it according to the instruction. Otherwise, the documentation software will not going to be open. So we can't configure the software.
Hello, excuse me.
For the moment, only one person has got it correctly.
Hello.
Only Manoj. Anyone else? if you're still working on this one, you can share the screen so I can help you with that as well.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear. Sorry, there's a problem with my speaker.
It's okay. I stuck in the middle. I completed up to the option B.
Yeah.
Clone the JIT repository. It says syntax error. I forwarded a screenshot. So how can I solve it, please?
Yeah, then you have to you go up to option B.
Yeah, I already followed the B option B.
And you
And,
clone that one as well.
No, sudo make directory. The syntax it says it's wrong, invalid.
Which command? Option B, you have to clone the repository. Before that one, you are in the option B.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So you have to
Option
create a
B,
folder.
first command it says syntax error.
Sudo mkdir. That
Yes,
one.
yes, yes.
Yeah, this is actually creating a folder, nothing else. So you just create a, now this cannot be an invalid command, because this is what you are going to do. You are going to create two folders. Okay, so opt netbox. So you are going to create a folder inside the opt folder, and you are changing your directory to that one. So I don't think that this has any syntax error.
Shall I share the screen?
Yeah. You
it
share the
okay?
screen. Okay.
Here says
Yeah, now you are in, so you have
Yeah.
to exit from here anyhow. Yeah, I don't know where you type this one. That is the problem. Okay. I think try to control C or something and try to get rid of this prompt first.
control C, is it? Control?
Yeah, maybe, because I didn't have this issue before. So you have to try with the escape command, something, control C or something, or exit or something. Yeah, you have to first click on the window. Click on the black area. Then try to type exit or control C or something. Yeah, use exit or control D. Okay. Now first you go to the root access sudo su. Enter. Then type the password, because you have to in the privilege mode. 1 2 3 4. Okay. Now try to execute the command create in the folder. Can't you tell it SSH into this one? Don't type that one. Do you have the putty installed with you?
Yes.
Then it's easy. No, you can't copy and paste here with the console. You can't do that one. Open the putty, please. Yeah, right click and put a shortcut into your desktop. Okay, double click on that one. Then what is the IP of this netbox? You can type IP add command, IP add. Type on the console. IP add space add, enter. IP address, what is that IP address? 192.168.8.105. So type that one. Eight dot 105 and select SSH. Okay, then open. No, sorry, port number you have to change. Port number was 2000. Port number need to be 22. (105), port number 22. Then open. Then accept. Then username is user. Password is 1234. Then sudo su. Then again 1234. Okay, now you can copy and paste the command rather than type in this one.
Okay, thank you.
Now you can close the other windows, otherwise it like a mess. All the windows you can clear, not the web browser, because we need the web browser to copy the commands. Putty window, okay, that's okay. Now we can open the web browser where the instructions are. Now you can go with the where you stopped. Okay, option B,
Okay.
sudo. Yeah, you copy the command. Copy and paste. Just click, left click, then it will copy. First, you have to copy and come. Yeah. Now enter. Now, yeah, now you can continue like this.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you keep
Thank
the
you
window,
so
so we
much.
will see what
Thank
happens.
you.
Then you navigate and change directory to that one. Okay, then the next command. Now you are going to install the Git, because you are going to copy it from the Git repository. Okay. Okay, then you have to do the cloning. Make sure that the last dot is copied, because in that command you can see in the end of there is a dot. That dot should be there. Okay. So dot means the current working directory. Okay. Enter. Others, please respond whether you have successfully complete this one. If you have successfully complete, you can share the screenshots. Subramaniam, you continue while the screen is there. So if something goes wrong, we can assist you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so now you have to create the system user, because that output is showing what happened. No, so don't copy that one and paste, because that is just output of the what you are expecting to see.
Yes.
That is why I inform all the people to read the carefully. Otherwise, sometimes some people will copy that one and also paste. That is just the output of the previous command. Now you have to create a super system user for the netbox. Others, please continue. Okay. Now you have to change a configuration file because there is a configuration file that you have to change. So when you are changing this file, you have to be very careful. Okay. Okay. Now you have to go to that folder. And you have to copy a file. Enter. Okay, then you have to change the file. Okay, so when you are changing the file, you can use whatever if you are whatever the familiar text editor. So if you are familiar with VIM or VI, you can use to open that file, and you have to change those areas: allowed host, database, redis, secret key. Those things need to be changed on the that file. So when you are changing those parameters, you have to be extra careful, because if you do something wrong there, the netbox is not going to work. Okay. So first of all, what you have to do is you have to add what are the hosts that are that can access this website, because now after you install the netbox, it will provide you a web GUI. So you have to assign, you have to make sure which IPs can connect to this netbox server. So you can do two things. You can see there is a term called allowed host. So in that bracket, you can type IP address of a particular PC that will be allowed to log into this server, or you can use wildcard, like you can see in the below, the star mark is there. So I prefer if you go with allowed host equal that star mark, because it will allow any PC to log into this netbox server. Okay, so first of all, you have to go to the that file, VIM configuration file. So if you are familiar with VI editor, you can type VI configuration file. Okay. Enter. Then it will show you this kind of configuration page. So if you are using VIM, you know that if you want to modify the page, you have to type insert key. Okay, now you have to, if you want to type something, press the insert key of your keyboard. Okay, then only you can change the things. Then using the arrow keys, you have to navigate to the you can't do using mouse, you have to use the arrow keys. Using the arrow keys, you can go to the particular area. Now first you have to go to the allowed hosts. Okay, you can use left and right keys to go to left and right. You have to go in the middle of that bracket, and first you have to use the the explanation mark or the whatever the character. Not that one. Use the second option, that option. Yeah, you better try to type that one, so it will not give any error. Then you can copy, that's true, but there's only 3 characters. No, comma is needed, then star mark is needed, then again a comma is needed. Okay, that part is okay. Now you have to go to the database. Use the arrow keys, down arrow key. Then you can find a user. User need to be netbox. You have to type netbox inside the user bracket. I am believing that others are also following this one. The next line, you have to go to the next line. Yeah, there you have to type within those 2 commas, you have to type netbox. Type and see whether now you can see it. You have to go another, yeah, netbox. Okay. Then password also netbox 123. Netbox 123. Okay, then the next one is localhost. Those things you don't need to change. You can keep them as it is. Then you have to go to the redis parameters. Redis parameters or whatever. Okay. And check, is there anything that you have to change? Okay, I believe there is nothing to change. Okay, everything is as it is, so nothing to do with that one. Okay, now what you have to do is you have to add the now you can go down and you can see the secret key part also there, but the problem is secret key is not with you currently. Go down, Subramaniam, go down. This is where now you can see the secret key need to be entered. Don't type anything because secret key need to be created. So for the moment, what you can do is you can save up to now. To save in the VIM, what you have to do is you have to press the escape key and first press the escape key. Okay. Then you have to, with the shift key, you have to type that colon, double colon and WQ. That is how you are going to save WQ. Yeah, enter. So this is how you are going to save with the VIM. Now what you have to do, you have to create a secret key. The command for the secret key is there. No. You can see Python generate key. Yeah, execute that one. Execute that command, copy and paste. Just left click. Now you can see there's a key is created. Copy the key. Copy the key. You can copy from the SSH. Get a copy of that one. From the command prompt, you can see there's a key is generated. Not in the website. In the you don't do it again. You can see there's a key. I don't know that you can see it or not. Yeah, that one. That one. The copy the entire thing. No. Highlight and copy that one. Just click, then it will copy. Just left click, it will copy. Now go to the notepad. Now please open a notepad, please. And paste. Right click and paste. That is the key. Keep it. Okay. Now again open the that file, VIM configuration file.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, in my case, the secret key is not generating when I type the command. It will be going into this Python file created and going inside, and there's something called secret key, a blank.
That is why I'm telling that if you miss any path, then there is a problem. That's why I'm following with this Subramaniam. Now you can see if you follow the
up to now, I did the same thing. Like I was observing. I mean, I did until for this step.
Yeah. Just give 1 second. I will ask him to copy that one. Okay. Now Subramaniam, can you go to the secret key part? I think you go beyond that one. Yeah, there's a secret key. Okay, again, come to that one using the arrow keys. Yeah, then again, you have to press the insert key. If you are using VIM, insert key. Now paste. Now just click on the left or right click, then it will be paste there. Okay. Okay. Now again, escape, shift, double colon, WQ. Escape, double colon, shift and double colon and WQ. Enter. Now, okay. Now after that, you have to execute that command. and it will take some time. Okay, those who have done it, maybe you have experienced that one. Enter. Okay, so it will take some time. Okay, because it will do all the upgrade and all the what are the required things will be updated there. So it will take some time actually, maybe 2 to 3 minutes, maybe depending on the speed of your network, 5 minutes. Likewise, the previously someone was asking about that secret key. So secret, when you create the secret key, I believe that it is created on the command prompt itself. Okay, so you have to check whether that path is there, because if you are okay with the navigating through this Linux file system, I believe you can find where that script is. Okay, when you create the key is created in the terminal itself. You can find it. There is you don't want to go to any other place to copy the file. Subramanian, you have to wait. You have to wait until this finish.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, this will take some time. So anyone who has parallelly, I think there is error again. Read it timed out. Python 3.8. Okay. Packages, download link, directory path.
Maybe due to the internet connection, is it so?
It seems like erased timed out error. HTTP connection full host files Python. Read timeout. Due to the, I don't know whether that key, the key that you have created, because this generate secret key, because this parameter must be assigned random generated employee hashing tutor function. However, okay, that key also, I believe that key is okay. Then packages. Can you check whether what is the word? No, Python is okay. No, Python already. I think you are using the Python version. Can you check the Python version? Yeah, enter.
3.8.
Code object. There is again you have to exit from there. Yeah, type the Python 3 capital V. No, from exit here. Control D or something. Exit. Control D. Okay, that error came previously as well. No, Python 3. You had to use a simple P. Python 3 space hyphen capital V.
Capital V.
Yeah, type capital V. Python, I think your spellings, there's a problem with it. The command is in this website. If you navigate to top of this one, you can find your Python 3 version. You have to check. Things like Python is not installed. Yeah? But with this one, Python will automatically install. Did you do the? Can you navigate to the top of this web page?
Sorry. Yes.
Can you go
I
top?
followed every step.
Yeah, there's a problem with the Python. That is the problem. Okay, this one sudo apt install Python 3. That command install system packages. Did you do that?
This one.
This one is for checking the Python version of
Yes,
the top one.
yes, I did. Yes. This one.
Now execute this command. The Python V command, copy and paste. Enter. Okay. You have the Python. Okay.
Maybe due to that secret key, is it?
Because you have already got some errors previously. I didn't know what happened to, because you got that error, no, previously the syntax error or something.
Yes.
So before that, I don't know what happened, because I continue from there. You can you try again that command, that
Yeah,
upgrade
sure.
upgrade command?
Yes, I in the backend I'll where I need to start from.
Upgrade sh. Go down. There. No, after that one. Run the upgrade script.
Here.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I'll start. Thank you. In the backend I.
Okay. Anyone who has got the the output means the successfully completed people? Anyone? This time it seems like okay, but let's see. Can't say until it's finished up. You have to wait until the prompt comes. If the prompt comes, those who have successfully completed, don't do any changes to the web GUI. Just keep it as it is, because there's a lab file as well. If you want, you can download and check the lab file without changing anything. The PDF is attached to the website, so you can go through that one after downloading. There's a PDF called Netbox Lab. Those who have successfully installed, please go through that one without doing any changes to the web GUI. Just read through that the PDF, so you can get the idea how it works. This time, Subramaniam, it feels like it is okay. Okay, we'll wait and see. So Asanka has got the output or the website working. And even Samira is okay. Okay, Prabhat also got the required output. Okay, now it seems like okay, Subramaniam. Now you have to go with the next command. Activate. Yeah, that's source opt. Activate. Enter. Okay, then you can change the folder. Then manage by create super user. Enter. And wait until it prompts you for a username. Use the username as admin. And enter. Password, you don't need to have a email, just ignore that one, just press enter. Password also you can use admin. Simple admin. Again admin. Okay, then enter. Okay, now you can test the application, whether it is correctly installed. You can standalone run and see. Python 3 manage by. Click and enter. Now it is running, so you can check. You can go to your web browser. Go to the web browser. Now the standalone version is running. You can open a new tab. Open a new tab there. And type the IP address of the netbox. The IP address, I think it's 105, no? 192.168.0.105 something. I can't remember exactly. The IP address that you have SSH into.
Yes.
You can get the IP now. Go to the SSH terminal. Okay. So can you remember the IP address that you have? Now you, I remember it's like 105. Okay, go back, go to the browser. Let's check my memory. 8.105. 8.105. and double colon 8,000. No, in the website it asks for the 8,000. Enter. So you have to use one double colon. You have used two double colons there. You have type it in the web browser address bar. Enter. You have to make sure that the IP address is
Yes,
correct.
the IP is issue.
Okay, go to the terminal again. Go to the SS terminal. Not that one. Close that one. That's the inactive one. Close that one. Okay, here type the Control C. Now type IP add and enter. What is the IP address? 192.168.1.8.105. That's correct. Okay. Again, run that command to check. You can use the arrow key, and you can run it again. Yeah, not the Rupa user. The command that you get it from the website. Python 3 manage file run server. Enter. Okay, now check it again. Okay, now go to that tab, the 192.168 tab, and refresh that one. Reload. And now you can see it's loading, no?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Thank
standalone version is working. Now you have to integrate that one with the Nginx. So close this one. So it means network installation is successful. Even you can use that way, but we will do the other part as well. So close that tab and go to the SSH terminal. And Control C. You have to stop the service. Control C. Okay. Now what you do is after that there are some things that you have to do to make sure that Nginx is installed. So those things you can copy and paste. Yeah, Gunicon. Copy that one. Others, please do this part. Enter. Then the next command. Enter. Okay, then daemon reload. Enter. Then okay. Then service command. Okay. Now Control C and enter. Then there is something that you have to do, copy and paste. That's okay. Copy and paste the command. You read them after the workshop, so otherwise it will take a lot of time. That's why. Don't for the moment just do this. So we need to finish the installation. Copy and paste. Enter. Wait until the keys are present. For this one, enter. You don't want to type anything, just enter. Again, enter. Don't type anything, just enter. Again, enter. Again, enter. Enter. Okay. Then install the Nginx. You have to wait until engine is installed. Okay, then the other command. Yeah, copy and paste that one. Enter. Then yeah, paste that one. Enter. Enter. And restart Nginx. Okay, that's all. Okay, now it should work with the HTTPS. Okay, go to the tab. Then type 192.168 8.105. Not 8,000. Remove the 8,000. Don't enter. Remove the 8,000. No need of 8,000 now. Just enter. Now it go to the advanced because it's asked for the security check. Proceed. Because self-signed certificate is there. Yes, that's all you have to do. Okay, now you can see if you follow the instruction carefully, you can come to this level. So now you can go to login. Login. Then username admin, password admin. Okay. See,
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
yeah. So you have to do it alone now because now we have done it in a fast track manner because without reading anything. So because you have already got the OVI file, you can again import that one and you can follow the same steps. Then you can do this thing. Okay, you can stop the sharing. Okay, I believe now all of you have seen that if you follow the instructions, it will be okay. Yeah, there are some errors, I know, but the thing is, some errors are there. Actually, you have to troubleshoot and see what is happening. This is not error actually. The instructions you have to follow. Here, let me share my screen. So, okay. This is actually you have to change, no? This is not error. Read the instruction carefully and change the tick white parameters. And you will be able to get the thing work. Others,
So when I run the upgrade script, I got the error and I sent to you.
what is the error? This one.
It's from my laptop to another account. So I log in the another. Yeah, that's one.
Secret key. EOL while scan string. I think here you can see the secret key, end of the secret key, you can see there are 2 commas. When you are editing the configuration file.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I didn't see that. Okay, I did.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, Sachitra has restarted the computer and he got the fight. Okay, he also, Prabhat also can try this one. Because when Sachitra has restarted, she has got rid of this error. So you are also getting the same error. Okay, maybe the Nginx is not restarted or something. Okay. Others? Those who have installed, please go through the lab PDF, but don't do any changes. I will help you to identify the components, and after that you can try it yourself. But for the moment, just keep it aside and try to do the installation. If you have finished the installation, please read through the lab guide. Anyone who has successfully completed this one, got the website, web GUI? Few people have already succeeded. Others, please. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, great. Okay, good. So people are getting the required output. So that's great. It means the instructions are quite clear. And if you follow the instruction without any issue, you will become successful. So that is what it shows us. Okay, because few people have successfully completed that one. So that is why I'm always ask you to please go through the instruction and read them carefully and do the thing. Okay. Because if something goes wrong, troubleshooting is not that easy because there are a lot of services that are running. Okay, so if something goes wrong and if you can't recover, the best way is remove the virtual machine and you can import the Netbox VM again and you can start from the beginning. Because that OVA file is there, no? So you can keep a copy of that one. So you can always import that one and you can try that one. Okay. Okay. Any other success stories? Okay, so I hope everyone are doing this one and most of you have got this successful. And for your convenience, I have uploaded an image of a working instance, okay, of the Netbox. Okay, after completing all these steps, the image is here. Okay, it means, but I'm not encouraging you to download and use that one. You have to do the installation. But in case if you can't complete it and still you want to practice this one, you can directly download this image. So in this image, everything is already configured. Okay, So you have to just connect it to your network and switch on and get the IP address which is assigned by your router, and you can access that one directly. So the netbox is installed in that one, because I have given it in case now let's say now we have to continue with this workshop now. So if anyone has already downloaded this one, I share this link yesterday night. Okay. I told you this is not a mandatory requirement, because if you have already successfully installed them, you don't need this image. Okay. But it's still you feel that you can't do this one. You can download this one and you can mount it on VirtualBox. Okay. So this is the image, that one I have already mounted that one. So if you mount it, the CLI username is user, password is 1234, and GUI username is admin. Okay, so if you download that image and you go mount, you will see in the description area the usernames and password for the CLI plus for the web GUI. So that is an image that already completed with the netbox. Okay, so if you want, you can download and mount it as well. Okay, but installation is the one we recommend. Okay. So while you are doing this one, because we have to go with our agenda. So there are some slides about the netbox. So I'm going to go through that part. While I am doing this one, you also can do the rest of the configuration. No, you can download that completed file if you want. Okay. So why we need documentation? That's part also important to know. Okay. After completing this one, I will continue with the our part. Okay, so I believe all of you know why the network documentation is important. Okay, because you know that now once you have created a network, you don't know, sometimes you have to keep track of the devices that you are having and the connections and the warranties. You know, I believe that those who are interact with these network systems, you know the importance of having a documentation. Okay, so I don't need to read everything here. Okay, so these are some kind of a guidelines why what are the benefits of having a network documentation. If you are a person who have working for a while in network, you know what are the importance and what is the benefits of having a proper documentation. Okay, so visualization, because you can see good network document diagrams, server racks, architecture, topology. You know, you can get a visual idea of your network after you refer into this documentation, and it make troubleshooting very easy. And you can have some standard operating procedures, what to do, how to do, and what are the best practices when you are working with the network. Okay, and budgeting and forecasting can be easily done because you have all the details about your network, and where performance wise, department wise, you know where the devices are and their age. Okay, a lot of things you can get out from the network documentation. So network documentation has become a vital part of networking. Okay, so okay, benefits: saving money. I'm not going to read these parts because I believe these are not technical. Anyone can just read and understand these things. Okay, then save money. Then we can have a server rack diagrams. We can have what are the devices in a particular rack. So these are very important, even though it is difficult to keep track on everything by by drawing and keeping track of using Excel sheets. That's become very difficult. So that is why software like netbox is very important. So network topology, what are the things that you have to document? Items you should document. Your network topology, you need to know where are the devices and how they are connected. You need to know. Okay, and you have to document IP address allocation. So what IP addresses allocate, what are the subnets that you are using, the VLAN, and something like that. So IP ranges you need to know. So if there is a department and if you need to know what are the IPs, you don't want to go there and check with the document, you know, how these are the subnets that I have created for that department and the IP usage and what are the remaining IPs. Likewise, you can get idea if you document the IP addresses. And even you can document if you have a cloud, the cloud architectures also you can do, because nowadays you know that most of the networks are becoming hybrid, or you know, the cloud-based systems are there. So cloud also need to be diagram in your document system. Okay. Recovery plan. So those kind of things also you can include in your documentation. Please read through these things, because if I'm going to read these things, it will take some time, and these are not technical. These are just common things that as a network engineer or network administrator, you have idea about these things. Okay, so there are a lot of network documentation tools out there. These are some of them. Spiceworks, you know that it is also open, the free software, but it works on Windows only. So you can try that one if you are okay. So Spiceworks, NetBrain, DocuSnap, SID, Netbox. So there are a lot of tools are there, but we have selected Netbox over others because Netbox is a kind of a new software, new open source product that will be that's used by most of the networks nowadays, and it has a huge capacity. Actually, capacity in the sense you can there are a lot of features are there in the Netbox. Okay, so Netbox is an open source document application. It's right on Python with the web framework, and there are integration API. A lot of features are there. Okay, so we will go through these features, what we can do. Okay, IP address management is there, data center infrastructure, physical things you can document. Okay, racks, devices, connections. Okay, even virtualized machines you can document here. And remember, these are the things that Netbox doesn't do. Okay, so it doesn't do network monitoring. Okay, so if you are using Netbox for network monitoring, you can't do that one. It's not a DNS server. It is not an authentication server. AAA is not working on Netbox, and configuration management is not there. But you know that you have done configuration managements in the morning session with Doxidize, and facilities management is not there. So those features are not there. And this is the architecture of the Netbox. Okay, so it runs on Apache or Nginx, and middleware with Unicorn and Django is should be their Python, and Redis database, and those kind of things will be handled with the Redis, because queuing and caching need to be done. So this is application architecture. Okay, that is why these are things that we installed. That is why it took some time for us to complete the installation. These services need to be installed, and they need to configure properly. Okay, then only you can have a running instance of Netbox. Okay. Okay, so that is the overview of network documentation and the Netbox. So this PDF is available on the website. You can download that one. And now let's see what we have to do. Okay, first of all, I will check. Okay, so this is I'm not going to use this instant. Okay, so I'm going to shut down this one, because I will go with a fresh one. Okay, going to power off this Netbox instance, and I will switch on this one. Okay, so a fresh copy of Netbox. Okay. So you have to connect it to the current network. Okay, even in the internet, there is a demo, okay, demo site. If you want, you can search in the internet as Netbox demo. Okay, so Netbox demo site also provided by these people. So you can go to Netbox demo. This is a demo provided by that one, so you can log into this one. So this is, remember, this is not the thing that we have created. This is hosted by the creators of the Netbox. Okay, so you can use that public site using the admin. So this is a public site provided by Netbox creators. So this is an open one. You can practice if you want. You can go here and you can practice, but this one is already configured by people, and after 24 hours all those things will be cleared. Now you can see there are some people have worked with this instance. This is a public instance, a demo given by the Netbox creators. So this will be erased overnight. Okay, so tomorrow if you look at this one, everything will be changed. So that is how they have provided this, but to practice you can use this one as well. Okay, but I'm not going to use that one. So we'll go with the fresh copy of the Netbox instance. Okay, the username is user 1234. Let's see what is the IP address that I have got here. IP add. Okay, I have got 192.248.4.89. So I'm going to connect to that IP address. 192.248.4.89. Okay. Yes, 4.89. Okay, advance, accept, this and continue. Okay, so this is how it loaded. So I will log in, admin, and the password also admin. Since I guess, okay. So this is where you should be now. Okay, if you successfully install this one, you will come to interface like this. Okay, and if you want to go with the light mode, you can click on here, so it will convert it to light mode. If you prefer dark mode, you can get the dark mode. Now you are here. Okay, now you are here. Now when you navigate to this one, yeah, it's totally something that you can't understand because there are a lot of links are there. Okay, so in this workshop I'm not going to talk about everything because all the options I haven't used because the software is not developed by me. So this is also something that I have found in the internet, and we are going to give you a guidance to work with this one, so you can make you can work this software and you can get the benefit of this one. So for the moment I will guide you through some of the areas of this software, but the software is created targeting multinational or limitless configurations. So I will guide you through basics of this software, but it is your responsibility to get use of this one. Overnight you can't do this. I will tell you about that one. If you feels like by looking at what I do here you will get to know everything, no, you can't do that. So as a help in the this workshop agenda, the file, you can see I have given you a lot of resources that you can refer to get use of this one. So one is our lab you can do, and the official documentation link is there, and even I have given you some YouTube link. So my recommendation is go to that YouTube link. Okay, so if I show you that one as well, it will consist of a lot of videos that how Netbox is working. Okay, so almost most of the features are covered in these videos. So my recommendation is you have to go and watch this video and get familiar with the configuration, because overnight you can't be familiar with this one. So because that is how the software works. Okay. So this is the yeah. Okay, I'm here. Okay, let's see. So where to start? Okay, so first of all, you have to understand how this software works. Okay, I will try to guide you with this one, and the lab instructions are clearly given to you. Then it also become very helpful to you. So first of all, if I talk about this one, and now you can see how these menu items are arranged. Okay, so now first of all, you have to have a proper idea about your network. Okay, so here the main part of this network is network documentation. Is now you have to document, no? So you have to document your network. So here they have given the overview like this. So first of all, you have to have a site. Okay, site is the main part of this one. Now if you have a, let's say, as I told you, this is targeting a multinational company or multi-continent company. A large company can have many sites. Okay, but if you take your institute as a one organization, you can have one site. So entire campus you can cover with one site, no problem. Okay, but if you want to divide your your campus into different areas, you can create multiple sites as well. But for this demonstration, I will treat our organization, one organization, as a one site. Let's say your institution, let's say Peradeniya University. So Peradeniya University is a one site. Okay, even though it has multiple faculties like engineering, art, physical, medical wise, but I'm not going to create sites for each and every faculty. Rather than doing that, I will take Peradeniya University as a one site. Okay, so if I'm going to document, let's say Kelaniya University as well, so then Kelaniya University will become another site. Okay, so likewise you have to think in that manner. Okay, but I know that you are not going to document any devices on any other institution. So assume that we are in Peradeniya. Now I want to create a network documentation for Peradeniya. So I will take the entire university site as a Peradeniya. Okay, so one site. Okay, so first of all, you have to create a site for that one. Okay, so if you go through my lab instructions, okay, you can open that lab instructions now. Then you can work with me. Okay, so now here what we are going to do is we are going to document this network, the document that we are familiar. Okay, now imagine this is our network. This is the Peradeniya faculty, one of the sites. Okay, you can take this as a one network. Now assume that we are going to document this network. Okay, how to do that one? That's what this lab guide shows you. So this entire network we assume as a one site. This is a one site. There you can see there are some faculties, faculty 1, faculty 2, likewise. So faculties are not site. Okay, the entire network is a one site. Okay, so faculties we can divide, but they are not sites. Okay, so you can see there is something called region. When you go through this lab file, you will understand how this works. Okay, so I will first create a site called Peradeniya, and I can create regions like faculty 1 region, faculty 2 region, likewise. So inside the site, you can divide your faculties as regions. So the top of the hierarchy, we have the site. So regions are something that inside the site. Okay. Okay. So let's do something like that. Okay. So then I believe that it will become more clear to you. So this is the lab file. Okay. This is another one. Okay, I'm going to open it again. Netbooks. This is a lab file. So assume that we are going to do that one. Okay, if you can do this with me, then you can get idea. So now we don't have any sites. So we go to the organization. and you can go to site. Okay, and you can add the site. Here you can see there's a green button called add. Okay, so you can add the site here. So you can give a, name to the site. Let's say I will give some name. This is my site. Okay, my first site or something. My first site. You can use any name you want. So it should be a meaningful name. The slug, you don't need to think about that one. Just click on that one. Then state active. It need to be a active one because you have to active the region site, and these things are not mandatory. Okay, don't think about these things. But the time zone you can set. Now we are in Colombo. Okay, so you can select Asia Colombo. Even you can give a description. This is for the site. You can add the description, and these things I will explain later. All those things are not needed in the first time, but contact information you can type address. Let's say 31 Candy Road or something. Peradeniya, or you can add details here. Okay, for the site. Okay, Peradeniya. Likewise, you can add even physical addresses, telephone numbers. Okay, even shipping numbers, even latitude and longitude, and even comments you can add here. Okay, so first I will create this one. So I will create. Now I have created a site. Okay, so site is my first site. Okay, then what we have to do? Then we have to sorry, I'm using another one. Where is that file? Left file. So then now so here you can see I have created in the lab guide. I have given you as it's my campus. Okay, so first you have to create a site. Okay, then you have to create a region. Okay, region. Now according to our diagram here, I will create a region called campus core. Campus core is one region of mine. Assume that this is your main distribution point is. Okay, and these faculties are connecting to that one. So campus core is a one region. Faculty one is another region. Faculty two is another region. Likewise, you can divide your network into region. Okay, so so that is what done here. Okay, create a region. So after that, you can create a region. Then you can go and add a region. Okay, you can directly click on the region, add region button. So here, no need of parent. So this is the first region that you are going to have. So let's say campus HQ, headquarters, something meaningful name. Okay, first region. And you can add the kind of a description, something that meaningful, something that you can understand here. What do you mean by this campus HQ? You can add, and you can create that one. Okay. Okay, campus HQ. If you want to have multiple regions, you can add them as well. Okay, multiple regions you can add. So this is how you add the one campus region. Here, campus HQ, description you can give. And what you have to do is now you have to connect the region with the site. Okay, region with the site. Now you have to add this region to the previously created site. Okay, so you can go to the site. Okay, so this is my first site, and you can edit that one. And here you can add a region. Here you can merge. The region is campus HQ. Okay, and save. Okay, now you have merged that one. Okay, so that is my region, campus HQ. Then what is the next step? So this is how you are going to add this one. Now my campus is the site. Okay, or I used as my first site name, and region is my campus. Now what you can do is you can create tenant. Okay, in this example, rather than using these faculty 1 and faculty 2 as another two regions, what I did was, okay, because there are a lot of ways that you can approach this one, but I use the best way to approach this one as campus co is one region, and these two are, I have taken as two tenants. Tenants means now departments inside the region. Now, as example, the hierarchy goes like this. My site is the top one, region is the second one, tenants is the third one. Okay, now I have a site called my first site. In that one, I have a region called campus co. Inside that campus co, I am going to create two tenants, faculty 1 and faculty 2. Campus, within the campus co, I have two tenants. Okay, I'm not going to create any regions. Okay, one region is there. Inside the region, I have two tenants, faculty 1 and faculty 2, because faculty 1 and faculty 2 are connecting to the campus co. Okay, so I will use faculty 1 and faculty 2 as tenants. Okay, so that is why this steps is done. Okay, now you can create a tenant. Okay, let's create a tenant. Okay, yes. Region, then we have connect the region to the site. Yeah, then we are connecting, we are creating a tenant. Here in this one, actually I have created tenant as IT department. IT department means a department inside the campus HQ. So I will create a tenant. Okay, you can go and create a tenant here. So tenant is, let's say, IT department. Rather than going with that faculty one, I will use IT department. So IT department is a department inside the campus co. Okay, name IT department. Then slug, you can use description like this. Okay, now this is a tenant. Okay, so if I try to explain this one, something like this. So let me explain what I did up to now. Okay, so I have created a site called my first site. Okay, within that one, I create a region called campus HQ. Okay, inside the campus HQ, I have a tenant called IT department. Okay, so this is my first site. Inside the my first site, I have a region called campus HQ. Okay, region. Inside that region, I have a tenant. Okay, site is there, region is there. Inside the region, I have a tenant. So you can create multiple tenants inside the region. So you can say this is HR department if you want another tenant, and you can have account department, another tenant. So campus HQ is a region. Now you can see tenants are grouped into the regions. Regions are connected to the site. So this is how it goes. Okay, so campus HQ is a region. Within the region, you have departments. Inside the department, you have a racks. Okay, now HR department, it may have a rack, server rack. Normally, at least let's say that you have at least a cabinet there. Okay, so you have a rack, devices. So devices will be added to this tenant. Okay, now this is where you, most important thing is that one. No, now you may think that where should I document my devices? So remember, this is where you can create a tenant. Even for a region, you can add the rack. That is why I'm telling you, to approach this documentation process, you have several pathways. Okay, it means now you may think that can't I directly add the rack to the region? You can. Even for the site also you can add the rack. That is true, but the thing is you have to hierarchically divide your network into pieces. Okay, that is why I'm telling you, you can't do this overnight. Okay, you have to practice this software, and you have to get the idea how this software works. If you are trying to learn everything from this workshop by listening to me, it will not going to happen. Okay, I am just giving you the guidance. Okay, you have to do a lot of homeworks to get familiar with this one. That's why I have created you the lab documentation. It consists of nearly 50 pages. Okay, so you have to work with that one. You have to add device, remove device, and after some time you will get the idea how this happens. Okay, believe me, this is very easy. In the beginning it seems like a very confusion, but this is very easy. After you practice this one for 30 minutes or 40 minutes, if you go through this one, you will feel like, oh, this is a piece of cake. Okay, so this very easy one to the problem is describing the process is difficult, but after you understand what is actually happening, is this is a very easy thing. Okay, so I am using this approach. So again, if I try to make it clear to you, I am creating a site. Okay, so just imagine this as a site. So inside the site, I am creating a region, one region. Okay, region is there. Don't think about my spellings. Okay, region. Inside the region, I have tenants, multiple departments. I'm using these tenants to include devices, because a region called HQ, headquarters, okay, campus HQ, campus headquarters. Headquarters is having different department. One is IT department, other one can be HR department, other can account department, because all these departments are having devices. No, we have to document all these devices. Okay, so assume that IT department. So IT department is where your main distribution point is. Okay, so inside the IT department, maybe you have the IT room, the MDF, main distribution point, MDF. Okay, so here you have the lot of configuration, lot of devices are inside the IT department. So inside the IT department also, there may be a location where you put your devices. Okay, now IT department is a department. Inside this department also you can divide into location. This is the beauty of this one. Okay, now this is the IT department. In department, there may be, let's say there is a building called, there is a one building, and you can say in a department, this assume that this department is a building. So you can divide this into locations as first floor, second floor, third floor. Likewise, this tenant, you can divide into locations. Try to understand this part. So account department, there may be another first floor, or there may be restroom. Okay, there may be kitchen. I don't just okay, kitchen. No, we are not going to put anything in the kitchen, but let's say that we have a Wi-Fi access point, so that can be there. No, so you can divide this tenant into locations. Okay, I will show you that part as well. Now we will take this IT department as a tenant. Okay, now I'm going to add a rack to the IT department. Okay, so when I'm going to add the rack to the IT department, I'm going to add it to the one of the location. So you can divide this IT department into location, first floor, second floor, likewise. Okay, so I will show you. Now imagine, now I have added a tenant. Okay, now this tenant calls IT department. Now you can see in IT department, there's something called location, 0 location. zero devices. Okay, zero racks. I think now you get the idea. Zero devices. Okay, zero VLANs. Okay, zero virtual machines. Okay, even zero locations. So what you can do is, now I department you can divide into locations, first floor, second floor, likewise, because I department can have even, just say, first room, second room, third room, IT room. So you can divide the tenant into another sub locations. Okay, to do that, if you want, you can go here and you can click on the location. Okay, and you can add the location here. Okay, add. So I'm going to select the region. Region is our campus HQ. Site is my first site. Name I will use, this is the main distribution point, MDF, or the main distribution frame, MDF. Okay, you can say, let's say, MDF room or something. Location, slug, don't worry. Description, you can type something. Okay, the main distribution frame of the IT department, something you can add. Okay, now the tenancy, this is where the tenant is important. Now this location need to be the member of IT department. So here you can see, here department is there. Okay, now what I did was, I am adding a location to the IT department. Okay, now I'm going to create. Okay, now let's see. Now again, I have a site, my first site. Okay, inside that one, I have a region called campus HQ. In the campus HQ, I have a tenant. Okay, now this is campus HQ. Inside that one, okay, if I go to the tenants, okay, now this is IT department. So IT department is a tenant. Inside that tenant, I have a location called MDF room, something like that. Okay, so I know, bit confusing. If you still can't understand, you can ask. I will again explain what I did. Okay, I know that bit confusing. Okay, so I add the site, my first site. Okay, then I create a region called campus HQ. So campus HQ is a member of my first site. Inside the campus HQ, I create a tenant called IT department. This is a region. Inside the tenant IT department, I create a location called MDF location. Okay, for this MDF, I am going to add the rack. Now how to add the rack? Okay, now we have the site, we have the region, we have the department, and we have the location where we are going to add the rack. Okay, so let's go here, and you can go to the rack. Then you can add the rack. You are going to add the rack. Then it asks to which region you are going to add. Region is campus HQ. Site, my first site. Location, MDF room. Now you can see this is automatically matching with this, no? Because those things are need to be added beforehand before you create a rack. But you can see these locations are not mandatory. That is why I'm telling you, you don't need to have a location to add the rack. You can directly add to the even to the region. But if you are going to divide your network into this kind of a hierarchy, this will become somewhat easy. Okay, now my site is my region is campus HQ, site is first site, location is MDF room, and I'm going to give a name for this rack. Okay, let's say IT rack 1, IT network rack, IT network rack 1. Okay, status active, Role, you don't need to add. You can use tags if you want. Facility ID, these things you can add. So depend, okay. Serial number. So this is the serial number of the rack. Okay. So if you have a serial number for the rack, let's say AS Z something, serial number for the rack. Asset tag you can add. Okay. You can use the same name if you want. These are not the only the things that are mandatory is the star mark. Okay. Asset tag also you can use something like that. Then again you can see tenant. Tenant. To which department this one is belong to. Okay. Now this is IT department one. No? So these are not mandatory, I told you, but if you add that one, it's meaningful. Okay. IT department. And type. Okay. Type you don't need to add here. And the width of the rack and the height. How many units you are going to add for this one? Let's say now you know the number of units. There are 8 units, 16 units likewise. So this is the 42 units. So if this rack capable of handling 42 units. If you want to have 40 units, you can do like that. But if you want, you can reduce the number. Let's say you have a 32 or let's say 26 units rack. Depending on the requirement, you can change the number of height of the rack. Okay. And these are not mandatory, depending on the things that you can decide which are going to add or not. So I just put a line something like this. Okay. And you can create. Okay. Now you can see it will add a rack to where. Now you can see, you can track. This is the region, this is the site, this is the location. See, this is why we create them. That's why I told you, if you work with this software, you can easily grab this thing. Okay, now you can see the site is my site, region is campus HQ, location is MDF room, tenant, department is I department. By looking at this, you can track where the device is. So this is on IT department. Which region? Campus HQ region, I department, MDF room location. This is where this rack is. The rack name is rack IT network rack 1. So these are the spaces, the front end of the front face of the rack, and this is the rear face of the rack, and the information are here. Okay. Now then what? Now we need to add some devices to this one. No. Now you have to add some devices to this one. So up to this, is it clear, guys? Yeah, you can add more than one region. Okay, you can you can add more than one region. That's why I'm asking you to do this. You have to play with this software first. You don't want to go directly for the documentation of your network. Don't do that. You will, in the middle, you will confuse, and you will, the proper planning need to be there. So my advice is you have to play with this software. You have to install this, and you do a lot of things. You go navigate this one and be familiar with this menu items. After you familiar with this menu items, it's a piece of cake actually. You don't want to actually follow these my instruction, because I have ordered the instruction in a manner, because I have a limited time. So I want you to give something. That is why I have arranged this one in this manner. But it doesn't mean that you have to first create the site, you have to do the region, then location. No, you don't want to follow that way. Okay. But as a beginner, you have to do that one. But after you become a kind of a person who are familiar with this software, you can start from anywhere. Okay, because you know how these building blocks are connect together. So until you understand how these building blocks are connect together, follow the my lab guide. But if you practice that 1 or 2 times, you know, okay, you don't need to start from here, you can start from here. You don't want to follow, like, you will know how to do this one. It will become like a Word document for you. You know how to work with the Word. No, you know that after typing everything, then you can do the alignment. Okay, so likewise, so you can start from anywhere after you become familiar with this software. Okay, the lab guide is attached into the website. Okay, so here, See, lab instructions. Okay, so if you go to the website, you will see that one. Okay. So don't worry that if you feels like this is somewhat confusing, it is not that much of confusing after you get familiar with this one. Okay, now we have the rack. Now what we need devices. Okay, that is what we need. No, we have to add devices to this one. Then definitely what we have to go. Then you have to go to the devices. Then you can see in the device also a lot of things are here. Devices, modules, device roles, platform, virtual chassis, device types, module. Then again you are going to confuse. Okay, so that is why I have given this instruction. If you are working with devices, what you have to do first. Okay, now we have created the tenant. Okay, connect the tenant to the site. That's also done. Location, we have created the location. Now we are in this here, adding new racks. Okay, now we have done that part also. We have added the rack. All the information are here. So you can add more racks as above according to your requirement. If you believe that you need 2 racks for the MDF, that room location, you can add another rack. Okay, I'm just showing you I'm adding a 1 rack, but if you want to add another rack for the same location, very easy, add the new one. Okay, now because now rack is there, now what we have to do, we have to add devices. No, now we have to add devices to this rack. What are the devices in this rack? So before you, now you can see in the devices menu, lot of menus are there. So but don't start with devices. Where you have to start, you have to start with device role. Okay, because you will understand why this is important. Without before you add device, you have to define the device role. Okay, now device roles are like now core routers, core switches, firewalls, likewise roles in your network. Now as example, if you look at this lab guide, you can see I have added some roles. Okay, access switches are there, core routers are there in the network. These are things now we have. Access switches are there, core routers are there, core switches are there, firewalls are there, patch panels are there, servers are there, workstations are there. So this is not adding the devices, we are defining the device roles here. Okay, so for them you can assign a color. Okay, this is not adding the device, this is defining the role. Okay, what are the device types that you are having in your network? Okay, device role. Okay, then you can see we can add manufacturers as well. Okay, now here we can add manufacturers, Dell, Cisco, HP. Likewise, you can add manufacturer because devices have manufacturers. After adding device roles and manufacturers, only we can go to the adding devices. Okay, I will show you. Now first we'll go to the device roles. Now there is nothing. Okay, we will add the device role. Okay, so name, I'm going to, because we have core routers, I'm going to say one role of my devices is core router. There is a role called core routers. And for the core routers, I am adding a color. Okay, I can give a color. I'm going to use dark orange color for my routers. You have to, don't use this one because this is not a virtual one. This is a physical one. Physical routers are with me. So I'm going to get rid of this one. Description you can add. Okay, you can add the and you can create. Okay, so if you want to add another role, click on this one and let's say core switches, core switch, one of the other roles in my devices, core switch. You will understand why we are adding this one. Huh? I will show you. For the switches, I'm going to add, let's say I need some green color. Okay, green, dark green. Description, core switch. Paste. Okay, you can continue adding, create, add another. Then I have role called firewall in my network. Firewall. Okay, so firewalls, I will add color red. Type red and you can find the color here, red. Create and another. I have servers in my network. So server is one of the roles. server, not VM. Okay. For that one, I'm going to add, let's say this color. Okay. And right. So I have patch panels in my network. Patch panel. Okay. So patch panels, I use, let's say black. Okay. Black. Okay, create another. This one patch panel, let's say cat 6, because we have 5 as well. No? So this is a cat 6 patch panel. Patch panel cat 6. And another role called patch panel. Patch panel fiber. Okay. For that one, I will use color pink color. Create. Okay. Likewise, you can add device roles. Now you can see core router, core switch, firewall, patch panel cat 6, patch panel fiber, server. So these are my device roles. Then I will go to the manufacturers. Okay, add manufacturers. Let's say Cisco. Cisco is one manufacturer. You can add the description. And I have HP devices. Okay, let's say we have, let's say Juniper. And let's say we have pfSense. Okay, likewise, you can add manufacturers here. Okay, if you need to add another, let's say Belden. Okay, something Belden. Create. Likewise, you can add manufacturers. Now you can go to add devices. Now we go to the devices. Okay. Now device types. Sorry. Device roles we created, and we had to go to device types. Manufacturers we did, and we had to go to device types. End of this one, we have to go to the devices. Now you can see add the manufacturer, then device type. After that one, you have to go to device type, not the devices. Okay. Now I'll go to the devices. Device types. Sorry, device type, not the devices, device type. Add. Now you can see device type, you have to add manufacturer, we already add, no. Let's say Cisco. Device type, model. I'm going to say model 3725 model. Part number. Okay, something number. This is not the serial number, just a part number. Height. What is the height of this device? Okay, let's say that this is a 2-unit router. It means it will take 2 unit size from the rack. Okay. Airflow. Okay, these are not mandatory. Airflow, front to rear or whatever. This is not mandatory. Mandatory are the only things that colored with bold one, this stuff. And if you want to have a, now let's say you need to add the image for this one, you can have. Now I go to add the image, front image and rear image. Okay, so if you have an image of this router, you can add that one. Now let's see if I have, yeah, there's image. I'm going to add that one. So I add the image, one of the image from the internet. If you want, you don't want from the internet, if you have a physical router, you can add that image here. You can get a photograph and add here. And any other comments, okay, like the purchase date and those kind of things, you can add here. Okay, that is one of the routers we are having. Type. Okay, this is not adding the device, this is adding the device types. Don't get confused. Create. Okay, now after adding this router, you can see that image is shown here. Now this is just a template. Now you are creating a template of this one. Now this is the image. Now this is the model, and here you can see add component. Now this Cisco 3725, it has network interface, it has console ports. Okay, it has them. No, this is something like a creating a template. Remember, creating device type means not creating the device. It's like a it's like a creating a template of these devices. Using this template, you can create devices. That is the beauty of this one. Okay, now this device is here. Now you can add components to this device. Okay, you can add power ports, you can add interfaces, you can add console ports. Okay, now as example, now this router has a console port. So you can go to the console port and you can add the console port name. Let's say con1, con0. So console 0. Type. Let's say that it has RJ45 console port, RJ45. You can give a description. Create. Now it has a console port. Okay, and it is need to have some interfaces, no, network interfaces. So you can go here and you can add interfaces. Okay, so name. So I'm going to give a gigabit Ethernet, GE. Okay, name GE. If you have multiple interfaces, what you can do use, you can use like this. GE, let's say 0 and 1, like this. You can type name, label. You can say if you want, you can type like this gigabit Ethernet. Okay, gigabit Ethernet. Okay, type interface type. Interface type, let's imagine this is 1000 Mbps, 1 gigabit. Okay, then you can add the description like this, create. Now you can see 2 interfaces are being added. Okay, gigabit 0, gigabit 1. Okay, names are GE0, GE1. Okay, so likewise you can add interface to this device. Now imagine that you need to add another module, switch port as well. Now in our this workshop, we have added 16 switch ports as well. No? So you can add them as well. These are network interfaces. And if you need to add some switch ports to this one, again, you can go to interfaces and you can add fast Ethernet. Let's say 0 or 1/1. Okay, 1. You can do like this. 1 to 15. 1/1 to 15. Like this. You are drawing something in my screen. Okay. Like this. Then you can give the fast Ethernet. Fast Ethernet. All the instructions are in your document. Paste. Type. These are 100 Mbps. Like this. Here, now you can see I have 17 interfaces here. These 2 are network interfaces and these are switch module. 1/1, 1/2, 1/3, fast Ethernet interfaces. Likewise, you can add. So this is a template. Now what you can do is you can create devices using this template. So this is very easy. After you create the template, otherwise you may think that, okay, to add the device, do I have to do this one always? No. Now, if you have let's say now you need to have 10 routers, you don't need to do 10 times this one. What you have to do, this is a template. When you're going to create, I will show you. Now, imagine this template is finished. Okay, now it has a 1 console port, 17 interfaces, including 2 gigabit Ethernet ports and 16 switch ports. Now, this is finished now. Now, okay, now I will show you how to use this template. Now, when you go to devices, okay, no devices still. You don't have any devices. So what you can do is you can go and add the device. Now this is where you are going to add the thing. Okay, this is where the real devices are going to add. Now you have to give a name for this device. Okay, let's say HQ router, HQ RTR01 as example. Okay, device role. Now this is why we add this device role before. This is a core router. Okay, manufacturer Cisco. Device type. This is where the thing. Now you know why that is we create the device type. 232725. What happened? Once you create this, and automatically it will inherit all the ports, all the console ports from that template. Okay. Now serial number. Now this is the real device. No, this is a real device. So real device has a serial number. Something like this. Region. Now again, region is campus HQ. Site is my first site. Location. Now you can see MDF room. Rack. You can see, even you can select the rack also. IT network rack 1. Rack face, whether you are connecting this one from the front face or rear face. I'm going to say I'm going to push this in the front. Position. Now it asks which position that you are going to keep this one, because I have added 26 units space for the rack. It will ask where you are going to put. Don't select 26. Why? This is a 2 unit height device. Okay, so I will start from the here. So I will keep some space for the last 2, and I will start with 5, because let's imagine that we need to fix another devices in the lower side of the maybe power or something. So I will start with let's say from it's 1 2 3 4 5 6. I'm going to use 7 and 8. I will start from 7. So it will get the space of the 7 and 8, because 2. Okay, state active, cluster, these things are not needed. Then again tenant. Now we are the IT department. Okay, and any other things that you need, you can add here and you can create. Now you can see HQ router 1 has been created with the interfaces, because that is inherited from that device type, because this is a type. No, so because I created this device using this type, what happened? Automatically this router inherited all the things that I created on that type. You don't need to add any interfaces now, because all the interfaces are automatically added. Console port is there. That is why we creating device types. Okay, so this is the one real physical router that we are having. Now if you go and check now we have put this device on the rack. No, so if you go and check the rack, now you have to go to the rack. To go to the rack, you have to go to the organization and check the rack. We have one rack. Now if you look at this one, you can see that router that we plugged here, HQ router 1, now in the position 7 and 8. Likewise, everything that we are doing there will really come here. Now you can see there's a router. You will not see this image. If you put the image only, you will see the image. Otherwise, you will see something like this kind of a color here also. Now I have added a router here. Okay. Likewise, you can add devices. Before you add devices, you have to create what? Device type. You have to go to the device and type. If you want to add the server, imagine that you have to add a server. Now I'm not going to add the server here. I'm going to define a template for the server. Let's imagine that we have some Dell routers, Dell switches, not Dell servers. Okay, so without directly going and add the Dell server, I will define device called Dell server. Okay, so you want to go device type and add. So manufacturer, let's say this is I forgot to add Dell HP server model. Okay, model. Let's see, there are some images that I have. Okay. Okay, I have a Dell server image, so we will take it as that one. Well, you can give any name, okay, model, let's say 240 something model, okay, the part number, those things you can. Height, imagine this server is also rack mounted server, and it also have 2 height, okay, you need 2 height. And if you have to have image, you can browse that one like this, HP, open and create. This is the Dell server. And for this one, you can add components. Let's say we are going to add the interface. Okay, interface name GE. If you want to have multiple interfaces, you can have like this. And this one, I'm going to use gigabit and create. Type it should be let's say 1000 Mbps. If it's a fiber, even you can see the fiber also there, so you can module and fiber modules are there, you can select them as well. Okay, create. Now this is a server with 2 interfaces. Okay, now when you are going to add device, you can add device, let's say web server. This is our web server. Device role is a server. Hardware manufacturer is HP. Device type is 240. Airflow, those things are serial number you can add. Okay, something. Region, again, you know, campus HQ, site, my first site. Okay, location, MDF room, rack. Okay, if you this same rack, you can select this rack. Okay, but if you are not intend to put it into a rack, just you can keep it empty. Okay, then you don't want to add these devices. So you can create the device, but you are not going to add into any rack. You can keep it like that, no problem. Okay, so for the moment we will keep it like this. We are not going to add it to any rack. Okay, department, and you can create. Okay, now web server has been created, but it is not positioned into any rack. Okay, so if you want to add another rack for this tenant, you can do that one. I don't know whether you're following and you are doing these things. Okay, so I'm trying to do this because we have the limited time. Okay, because all the instructions are very clear. I repeat again, this is not that much hard. Okay, this is very easy to follow and you can easily create this one. Okay, just go through the lab instruction and it will show you all the required details. Okay, that you need to do. Okay, and this is how we're adding the devices. So you can add more devices and you can add more racks. Likewise, now I'm going to add another rack for this one. Assume that the servers are in a different rack. So let's go to the organization and I'm going to location MDF room, and this is, now you can see there's a web server, but that is, you can see this comes under non-rack devices because I didn't put into a rack. Okay, so if you need to add another rack, you can go here and you can add a rack. Region, again, campus HQ, site, my site, location, MDF room, name. I'm going to give this as a server rack. IT, sorry, IT SRV rack. SRV rack 01. This is rack, server rack. Okay, I didn't define a role here. Serial number for the rack, you can add something, and tenant is department. Okay, and height for the server rack, I will use, let's say 16 unit rack, and I'm going to add create. So I have added another rack. Okay. Now I need to add that server. Now I have a web server. No. Now I need to add that server to this rack. So what you can do is, without going to this device, you can click on the rack itself and you can add the device. That is why I'm telling you, you have to practice this software. Imagine that I need to add that server to this location, the 5th location of this rack. Here you can see add device. Click on this one. And this is for new one. Okay, so if you want, you can here directly you can add the new device here. Okay, here you can all the location information already created. Why? Here position, front, rack name, everything already created. You have to just define the device. But if you want to add the created web server, then you have to go to the devices and you can click on the web server and you can modify this one. Rack, you have to add edit. And here you can go and say, okay, the new rack is there. Server rack 1. Position. A selected position is, I told you, I go to 5. Okay, rack face is front. Okay. Then if you are going to assign IP address, now you can see here you have to add the IP as well. I will show you how to add the IP. Then for the moment we will keep it like this. Okay, and save. Now if you go to the rack, if you go to the server rack, now you can see the web service there. Okay, now we will add the patch panel also. Okay, now I'm going to connect that network rack and this server rack using a patch panel. Okay, using a patch panel. So we will add some patch panels as well. So how to add the patch panel? Now if I draw and try to explain you what I did up to now. Now we have a department. Okay, now this is our location, MDF. Okay, in here we have a server rack and we have a this is the network rack. Network rack is there, and we have server rack here. Server rack. Now we have router here, and we have a server here. And we this is just to show you the connectivity. I am going to use this, but this is not the recommended way. I know that because with the time that we are having, I'm going to show you something how to connect these things. Now let's imagine that we have a rack here. Okay, this is, let's say this is a fiber rack, not fiber patch panel. Okay, and here we have because server we imagine that this is also a fiber patch panel. This is also fiber. So we assume like this. Okay, you can modify according to your requirement. We assume that the server gigabit port, we assume that as a fiber port for the moment, because I want to show you how to connect them. So the server will connect to this patch panel here, and this patch panel will connect to the network rack patch panel, and this network from this patch panel we connect this one into a switch port in the router. Let's say FA 1/5. Okay, now server is connecting to the fiber patch panel. The port here, let's say port 5. Okay, and that one will connect to this fiber patch panel. From that one it will connect to the port 15 of the this router. Okay, so when it goes with the patch panels, remember patch panel has two ports. One is called front port. You know that the back port is their rear port. So this patch panel has 2 ports. Front port 5. I'm going to take rear port also as 5. So this server is connected to the fiber patch panel port 5 front port, and the rear port of that port will be connecting to the network rack. This network rack fiber patch panel port rear port 10, and it will connect through front port 10 to the router. Okay, so we assume something because I need to show you the cabling part as well. So we will try to do that one. Okay, so we have to add 2 fiber patch panels. Okay, so we'll do it. Okay, so now to do that, I have to go to the devices type, and I'm going to add let's say built-in model, some model. Let's say I can't get a model here. Let's say 1500 something, a model. Okay, device plug. Okay, okay, model fiber patch 1500 something, model. Okay, okay, Airflow. We will have an image as well. Let's have, this is, I don't know this image. So okay, let's see. Create. Okay, now there's the image. I don't know there's a patch panel or not, so that image is there. Okay, now I'm going to add components. We need to add front ports because this is a patch panel and rear ports. So first of all, we'll add rear ports. Okay, because without adding rear ports, you can't add front ports to the patch panel. So this one, the name, we will use the same name. Sorry, name you have to give fiber patch 1500 or something. Label, so you have to add ports, ports. Yeah, this is the port name. So we have to add, I'm going to add rear ports. So I'm going to use RP to name the rear ports, and I'm going to add 24 ports. I'm going to use 1 to 24. Label rear ports, rear port 1 to 24. Like this. Type, if it is a copper, you can select depending on the whatever the you can check what is the patch panel that you are having, and depending that one you can select what is the connectivity type. Okay, you can see because I am using fiber here, I will go with the first one. Okay, you have to select, you can see a lot of options are there. And color, so I'm going to use pink as the color. Position, I will keep it as 1. Okay, create. Now it will create a patch panel with 24 ports. Okay, this is rear ports. I need to add front ports as well. So I'm going to add front ports. So this is, I'm going to name as front port FP 1 to 24. Okay, label front port. Front port 1 to 24. Because it should be the front ports need to be connected with the rear ports. You have to see these things here. Okay, and type, again you can select fiber. Okay, depending on your thing. color, I'm going to use pink. Okay, and create. So here when you press the create, you can see this this box become red color. Okay, the reason is now what we have to do. Okay, so there are 24 ports. Okay, so front ports are also 24. So what you have to do is you have to do this, otherwise it will not work. You have to highlight all the 24 ports like this, then only you have to create. Remember, if you without highlighting these 24 ports, okay, you have to highlight all the 24 ports, otherwise it will give you error. Huh? You have to make sure that all these 24 ports are need to be highlighted, then create, then it will be added. Now I have created the fiber patch panel with 24 ports. This is device type. Okay, device type. So to add the device, I will go here, and here I am going to add patch panel name. This is for network rack patch. You have to give a meaningful name. Okay, patch fiber NW. Okay, network. Because I'm going to put it here in the network rack, I will use like this for the moment. Device role is a patch panel fiber. Manufacturer, I'm going to use Belden. Device type, now you can see fiber patch 1500 is there. Okay. Region, campus HQ, site, my first site, location, MDF room, rack. This is going to the network rack. Okay. Rack face, front, position. Position I'm going to use because now you can see the 7 and 8 is used by the router. So you can use one of the locations. So I'm going to use 13 and 14. For that one, tenancy, again, the department. Okay, so now you can create that one. So now you have created a fiber patch panel for the network rack. Now you need to create a one for the what? For the server rack as well. So what you can do is you can clone. If you want, you can do the cloning without creating again. You can use this clone button, and you can change the name. Patch fiber. I'm going to use this SRV rack. SRV rack. Okay, then all the other informations are here. Serial number you can add, as I told you previously. Then all the other things are here. Location and everything comes here. But the rack you have to change. The rack need to be, this should be server rack. Okay, rack face, front. Okay, so those kind of things you can fill and create. Now if you go and check, rack, you have to edit. I forgot to add this to rack position. Yeah, this need to be a position. You have to put into some kind of position. So I'm going to use here. Save. Now if you go to the racks. Now you can see IT network rack. Now you can see fiber patch panel is there and server router is there. And if you go to the server rack, you can see web service there and fiber patch panel is there. Okay. Now you need to connect them. Okay. Now you are going to connect them. So according to my plan, the router fast Ethernet 1/5 is going to connect to the fiber patch front port 10, and rear port 10 will connect to the server rack fiber port rear port 5, and the front port going to connect to the server interface. Okay, so how to do this one? Now you can go to the device. All these instructions are here, so don't worry that if I'm doing this, you may think that okay, how can we follow this one? The video also there, and all the instructions are here. Each and every part here you can follow this lab guide and you can do this, because I need you to follow this one. So devices, now I'm going to connect a web server. So you can go to the web server and interface. Okay, now I'm going to connect this interface to where? Okay, now I'm starting from here. Web server gigabit 01, I'm going to connect to the fiber patch panel port 5, front port. Okay, so what we have to do here, you can see there is an interface connection icon. So I will click this one because someone has typed something here. I don't know how to erase this one. I believe you can see. Okay, so you can go to the gigabit Ethernet 1 of the server and click here. Because you are going to connect to a front port of the patch panel, select the front port. And select the front port. And this is the A side. Okay, this is the server, gigabit 0. And where you are going to connect campus HQ to B side. So I'm going to connect to the same server rack, because the first option here you can see, I'm going to connect server to the same rack fiber patch panel. So rack is to be the same rack. Okay, so rack is same here, same rack. I'm going to connect to which device? Fiber patch panel. Okay, fiber patch panel. Then what? Then select what is the port. So according to my plan, I am going to connect this one to the front port 5. So from here, select the front port 5. So now cable connected. Now you can select the cable type. If you are using fiber, you can go with the fiber here. If it is, now you know what are these means. So depending on the fiber that you are using, you can select, let's say you are using multi-mode fiber, then select the multi-mode fiber. Tenant group. Okay, these things are not needed here. Okay, because cable, no. The label, if you want, you can add a label like this. You can say web server to patch panel front port 5. Okay, web server gigabit 0 to patch panel front port 5. Okay, color, you can use any color you need. If you have a length also, you can define the length, then connect. Okay, now what happened? Now this part of the diagram is completed. Now the server is connected to the front port of the fiber patch panel. Now this patch panel rear port need to be connected to the network rack fiber patch panel rear port 10. Okay, follow the diagram. Okay, now what we have to do? Now you have to go to the device is now fiber patch panel server rack. Okay, follow the diagram. Now you are in the fiber patch panel. You have already connected the front port. Now you have to connect the rear port 5 to network rack fiber patch panel port rear port 10. So you go to the rear port 5. This is the port that you are going to use. Okay, so this is the interface, and you go to the again connection. Now you are going to connect with the rear port. Okay, you are going to connect with the rear port, and A side, the server rack is server rack, but the B side rack need to be what? Because you are connecting to the network rack fiber patch panel, the rack need to be changed here. Rack need to be network rack. Okay, device need to be the patch panel, fiber patch panel, and port need to be rear port. What is the rear port I am going to use? Rear port 10. Okay, rear port 10. From here you can select the rear port 10. Then cable connected type, again because of fiber you can select the fiber type, and label you can say server patch panel because this need to be a meaningful name. Okay, server patch panel rear port 5 RP5 to network patch. I'm just trying to minimize the words. Network patch. Okay, patch rear port 10. The meaningful by looking at, you can know now the server patch panel RP. If you want, you can add FB fiber. If you have multiple patch panels, you need to have a meaningful name. Okay, then let's say pink and connect. Okay, now this part also completed. Now server is connecting to this one is connected to this one. Now what you have to do? Now you have to connect this network rack patch panel port 10 to router FA1/5. Okay, now you have to go to the network rack patch panel 5. Patch panel, sorry, no, the devices network rack patch panel. Now you have to go with the fun port. I am going to use fun port 10 according to my diagram. I'm going to use fun port 10. So fun port 10, this one, fun port 10. I'm going to connect to an interface. Okay, I'm going to connect to an interface, router interface. Now you know the same rack, because the router is in the same rack. You don't need to change the rack here. Okay, device is router 1. Interface you can select here, fast Ethernet 5. Okay, now I know that it is somewhat problematic that these are fiber and why I use this one. So if you want, you can connect the fiber cable. Just don't think about that one. Okay, so gigabit fast Ethernet is a fiber. Okay, the port is 5. This one also you can select as multimode fiber, assume. Okay, and label network FB patch front port 10 to router fast Ethernet 1/5. Okay, color, this one also I will use pink. Connect. Okay, so this has completed. Now you can trace this link. Okay, now we have connected the cables. So if you want, you can go to device, and if you want to check how the web server has connected, okay, you can go to the interface. And now you know that if you want to trace how this connection is established, there is a blue color button here. You can click on that one. Then it will show you the trace path here. Now web server gigabit 0 is connecting to the patch panel port 5 front port, and the rear, I think you can get idea here. Okay, now web server is here. Web server gigabit 0 is connecting to the patch panel, patch server, this one, rear port. Okay, and it's connecting to again the patch panel, then it's connected to the router. Okay, so likewise everything you can document here. Okay, you can add device and all those things. And I will take another few minutes to teach you about the IP addressing. Okay, because this is how you add in the devices. Okay, so you can follow this guide and you will learn about that. No issue. Up to you can see there are 45 pages. Okay, so after adding the devices, you will look like this. Okay, then I have given you the how the cable path and everything is connected. See, don't worry, you follow this one and you will able to connect the cables as well, and you will get this kind of a trace path. Okay, now I showed you how to get this trace path here. This is the same thing. Okay, so you will be able to do that. Now the problem is the IP addressing. Okay, IP addressing is not actually a problem. This is also very easy. Okay, so now if your network has VLANs, before we go with the IP address, imagine that you have VLANs. So to that one, you have to go to the IP AIM. IP management. Okay, so let's go to the IP addresses. Okay, so what you have to do is there are some terms that you have to be familiar with here when you work with IP addressing. I will show you. Okay, so 3 things you have to do: create aggregates, create prefixes, and create IP address. So normally there is something called you have to first create RIR, Regional Internet Registry. Okay, so that is something that you have to add first. Okay, so before you adding any IP addresses, you have to go and add aggregators and RIRs. So when click on RIRs, it will ask you to add the RIR. Okay, you can give any name that you want. Okay, here I have given campus HQ, or anything that you prefer to use, you can give a name here. Okay, I will use HQ. Okay, slug not needed, description, and this is a private range, and create. Okay, so that's enough. Okay, then you have to create aggregates. Okay, so aggregates means subnets, the high, this one. Okay, then you can create aggregate IPs. So this is something like you have to define a network that you are going to use for your entire network. Okay, so here I have selected 10.008 according to our network. Okay, so you can create an aggregate like this. Add aggregate. Okay, 10.000, the top level network that you are going to subnet. Okay, not 0 /8. I think you have to give the mask as well. Okay, not that one. Nice page. Okay, yes, mask also need to be given. Okay, RIR, that is why we need to create the RIR first. I create HQ now, so that's why date added, those things you can type here. And if you are going to add this one for a particular department, you can give, but I'm not going to give tenancy for that because I'm going to use as a for the whole network. Okay, so that is how you are getting a top level network for your IP addressing. And then you can create prefixes. Now you can do the subnetting part. Okay, so you can decide the new prefix that I'm going to use for this lab. Okay, so from that one I'm going to use 16. That is what it says. So you can create a prefix here. You can go to the prefixes and you can add a prefix. Okay, so 10.0. Okay, I can't remember what we are going to use for this lab. You can 10.1. Yes, we are using 10.1 for this lab. 10.1, 0.0, 16 I'm going to use. Okay, description, region. Okay, you can see those kind of things also you can select here, but because this is a top level prefix, I'm not going to assign to any VLAN here. But if you want, you can, I believe you can give the region as well here. Yes, where you are going to use this one. Okay, region, campus, site for the campus department. Those things also you can fill here. Okay, so I will do the same thing here because okay, no VLANs, tenancy. Okay, you can say department, create. Okay, so then you can create prefixes for VLANs. Okay, now if you have VLANs associated with your network, this is where you are going to assign subnets for those VLANs. Now here you can see 10.1.2.0/24 has been assigned to VLAN FAC management here. Okay, there's something called VLAN called FAC1 management. Okay, so you can define child prefix. Okay, so again you can go here and you can add the prefix 10.1.2.0/24. so this is a subnet of that one, and I'm going to select that one for this. Okay, it's not site group, site, it's my site. here select VLAN. Okay, so first of all, here you can see you have to create a VLAN and come. Okay, because you can assign this to a VLAN if you want. So without assigning also, you can create this prefix, but after that you can assign this into a VLAN. Okay, let's say we create that one. So after you create it, when you go to prefixes, now you can see it will show you the hierarchy. Okay, so if you want to assign this subnet or this prefix to a VLAN, you can create a VLAN here. You can add the VLAN. Okay, VLAN ID, let's say VLAN 10. Name, let's say management. Okay, you can add description or tenancy, let's say IT department, and you can create this one. Okay, so you have created the VLAN, and after coming to the prefixes, you can go to this one and you can edit it, and you can assign this prefix or this range to the VLAN. As the VLAN, I have to find it. Tenant, IT department, select VLAN. Yeah, here. You don't want to select the site here. Go with the region. Then VLAN 10. So you can assign that prefix to the VLAN 10. Okay. Now this IP range is assigned to the VLAN 10. Okay. Management VLAN. And if you want to assign IP address for a device, what you can do, you can go to the device, assume that that server is a member of VLAN 10. So you can go to the device and you can go to the web server in interface. Okay. Here, let's see, I think there's an edit button. So you can select this interface and edit. Yeah, you have to first create the IP address and count. Okay, so here you have to go to the IP management, IP addresses. You can add the IP address here. Let's assume that IP address is 10.1.2.200, which is I'm going to assign for the web server. So here you can see you can give a role. Okay, some kind of a role also for this IP. Description, tenant, I'm going to use because the server is in IT department. Device. Here I can select the web server. Interface, gigabit 0. Okay. If it's going to NAT, you can see the NAT part as well. And you can create. Yeah, sorry. Here you have to put the /24 IP address and create. Now you can see that IP address has been assigned to the 2.1. Okay, now this is a network. So this is about that IP address scheme 224. So 24 is assigned to the web server gigabit 0. Okay, now if you go to the devices and web server interfaces, you can see it has assigned with that IP. Okay, so likewise, you can, all the instructions are given here. Okay, so don't worry, don't get confused. As I told you, the first time you can't get familiar with this one. Okay, because I am also new to this software, because we have found this software directly for this workshop. Okay, so it took for me as also few days to get familiar with this software. Okay, so I am also new to this software because this is the first time that we found this and we introduced it to you. So my advice is for you to be work with this one, be familiar with this one, then you will know what are these things and you can play with this one. I just show you one of the order how you have to navigate through this one, but I know that there may be some confusion involved, but don't worry, just play with this one. Then you will be able to do anything you want. Okay, so I have given you all the instruction in my document, and I have given you all the required URLs, and do some self-study because I also don't know all the options in this one, because this is not a software that's written by me. Okay, so we are just going to give you a kind of support to implement in your premises. So you use this guidance and do some self studies as well, and search from the internet, Google, and try to get something out of this. So I believe this software is very, very efficient software, and you can get a lot of features out of that one. And because you have just WhatsApp group also, you can help each other. So we also can help you. But getting familiar with this software is up to you. Without getting familiar, you will not be able to work with this one. So before you start to document your network using this software, please familiar with this one. Add device, remove and check how to do work with these racks and everything. Okay, that is how you have to get to use this. Okay. Yeah, okay, I didn't see this one. Okay. Okay, so some people are still here. So others, I think they will go through these videos and they will get a kind of idea. Hope this is whatever the experience that I have given to you is clear. And any feedback from you guys?
Thank you so much, Geetika and your team. Actually, it's really entertaining, and well as we have learned a lot. And meantime, what are the screenshots you are expecting for this session, Geetika?
Yeah, it's better that if you can, now we have given you a work, the lab work. So if you can add some screenshot from that one by adding some tracks and some
Geetika, I think Deepti is going to send a mail what we are expecting. So she will clearly mention that in the mail, what are the screenshot configuration that we need. Also, we are discussing to give them some deadline because we want to process the certificate, successfully completion certificate. So maybe we are going to give a few more days, maybe weekend and plus another 2 days by maybe Tuesday, next Tuesday. By next Tuesday, you can submit the what we have requested. Just to know that, just to verify that you have gone through this lab work. So we are going to give you the successfully completed certificate. Therefore, we need to verify that you have done a certain amount of work so that in our side we are satisfied with offering you the certificates. So Deepti will send you the send you a mail with all the details what we are looking for.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much all then for joining with us with this one. And we are expecting your feedback as well. There's a feedback form that you can fill, and your suggestions and your ideas is very much appreciated. So please do that one, and it will help us to fine tune our next workshop as well. So that's better. That's very happy to see that you have learned something from us. And I will hand over this session to Mr. Herat. He will say something about your future things and as well. So thank you very much again, all of you. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, Geetika. So we are going to conclude this workshop. For last 4 days, we are dealing with various stuff regarding network management and measurement. So there are most of the things we covered these most important things for network administration. Including smoke pin, persona, and as well as regarding network management request tracker. Also Oxidize for configuration management and network documentation, Netbox. So all those tools are very useful if you use in your network. If you configure, you need some sort of hardware for them to be configured on your network. Maybe you need to have a couple of PCs or a couple of servers. In case of Persona, you need a separate PC for that one. So all other things you can implement in a single server or a couple of VMs. These tools are very useful if you have clearly completely implemented, that will help you a lot. So actually, if you have done this, all this in your network, it will your work will be done by those tool sets, most of the work. So you can just hang around. So if something happens, you will be notified. You don't have to worry. You don't have to spend without sleeping. Either something happens, some important event going on, either something is going to happen that will going to affect me. Although you don't have to worry about this. The software will look, monitor and look everything. So you can just hang around. If something is there, you can fix it once it info. So that is going to be helpful, very helpful for the network engineers and administrators. So on the other hand, I want to tell you, if you don't have this this type of things implemented in your network, so that in the other sense, that's going to tell you that it's something like, so there's no any network engineering in your network. So if there is network engineering in your network, this type of tool set should be there. So without that, you can't say that there's some sort of better network administration or better engineering in your network or in your campus. So that is, these tools should be there to say that so what is required there in your network. So therefore spend some time to learn this one. Also, we know that you need some time to purchase hardware, find out other things, support from administration, all those things. So it might take time, but until that you can learn these things and implement most required tool set. If you can remember, we have covered a lot of open source tools for network monitoring in previous workshops as well. So then make use of these tools and use it for your better network management. So all the videos will be uploaded. I think up to days 2 we have uploaded. We have 2 more days that will be uploaded by maybe by today or tomorrow. So everything will be there. So you can go through them if you have any question. As well as the WhatsApp group also there, so you can ask any question if you have. Tuan, Geetika and the team will respond accordingly, according to your questions. If you want to, you can talk to them as well. Use the recorded video to, if you have missed something, and spend few days to complete the lab works, and finally send us those what we have requested. So we can process your certificate, and certificate will be posted to your address. People will request any detail needed. So with that, let me conclude this. Let me thanks the team. So actually, this is not just came. So this is the work during last few months after the last workshop. Team has worked on those areas in lot. That is why this actually happened. So we when I planned these programs, I planned the program and then shared the content to the team accordingly. So they work a lot to get this success. So creating presentation and lab testing and all that, it took a lot of time. It's a lot of work. Let me thanks them all for their effort. So at the same time, let me thank the learn other teams who support us in a various way, as well as the learn management, including board of directors and head of learn, giving us necessary support, necessary approval for conducting this workshop. So with that, let me conclude this and say that we will meet it again in the next workshops in a short period of time. So thank you very much, everybody, for being 4 days. Thus hope you will you have got something out of these workshops. So thank you, everybody. Have a nice day.